hygiene supplies. It literally says hygiene on the tent, and they've got everything you could think of, from toilet tissue and paper towels and all kinds of other household items. And you can see just how organized this has been, both in the living conditions as well as the defense mechanisms that they have used to basically fend off law enforcement tonight. The signs literally said protection for tonight. They have all the PPE they could need. They've got all the supplies that they needed to reinforce these walls. And all day long, I've got clips. I mean, it's just incredible. I've been posting them online of supplies flowing in here in a conveyor belt style fashion, where they are just taking piles of wood and building this wall all day long. It's been a day-long effort to nail these pallets and plywood boards together right along the barricade where that confrontation took place last night. And now you can see it's basically all sealed off right there. That's the east side of the wall. But only this time they've added a whole nother side to the wall, which is much larger and looks sturdier in scale on the opposite side as well. That's the west side of the encampment. So we'll see which direction law enforcement comes from. I suspect they will come from all different directions. It'll happen at a time of their choosing, and it'll be a surprise for everybody probably. Yeah, worth pointing out, it's pretty chilly down there. It's not a warm night by any means. So you can see some of the solar blankets that they brought out. Lots of people bundled up. It is unseasonably cool, as we heard. The weather going into the weekend is going to stay pretty cool, I guess. And tonight's no exception. It's pretty cool down there, and everybody is basically, you can see them looking for forms of shelter or at least some kind of covering to stay warm. You see a lot of that as they enjoy their meals. A lot of people are using this opportunity to eat. They have brought in loads of food. It's almost like a craft services buffet, like you said, where they have people lined up and more food being brought in by the minute. We've seen people just in the last hour bringing in all kinds of trays and pizzas and everything else. There you see the buffet line as they wait in line. But look at that long line for this buffet here. They've just doubled, Mark. Both lines. Well, the LAPD line has doubled in size, and the CHP line from one line 10 minutes ago is now a double line. Is this an indication? It seems like they are casual. It doesn't all happen at once. When you're mobilizing this kind of a force, it's happening, it seems like, in stages. It seems like we're getting closer to something here just by watching the casual growth of these skirmish lines here on the east side of the quad. Again, 2 full skirmish lines of California Highway Patrolmen, and the LAPD lines have doubled, if not tripled, in force. And there are a whole nother group of officers. They appear to certainly be university police officers on the staircase to the left side of your screen. Right there, you can see the blue shirts on that staircase. They have come out. We know that there are a large number of law enforcement personnel both in that building as well as the one you see right here in that doorway right there. I don't know how many there are, but there are dozens and dozens and dozens of officers. At one point, a good bulk of them came out and went right back in. Some of them have come out since and actually formed this larger skirmish line, but I believe there are many more where that came from. Why is that important? Well, if they don't come through those doors, it's good that they've been able to get through that building, because where else would they come from? They would have to get through the mass of people on either side of the encampment. You have about 1,000 people on each side of the encampment, on the east side and the west side. Maybe a little bit less than 1,000 on the west side, at least 1,000 on the east side. But it's a sizable crowd that would be difficult for a large group of officers to penetrate. And so it seems like they've made entry into these other auxiliary buildings here to basically make their way ultimately into the quad. They have also used some of these buildings as a lookout spot. People have pointed out that there are sharpshooters in place. There are sharpshooters. Are they here to shoot anybody? No. I mean, they're looking for threats, but probably more than anything else, they are observing with their scopes and assisting in the recon for the watch commanders on the ground as this moves forward through the night. But there are indeed officers in a variety of positions, obviously positions that we would never give away from up here, but I can tell you that they are all over the place, keeping a close eye on things in the middle of the encampment and on the edges with a lot of technology at their disposal. It is an elaborate effort, and I think it is indicative of something about to happen as we continue to see these skirmish lines grow here. Yeah. it's such a great point, Mark. It's the optics that are almost like, it's almost like the optics here are the elephant in the room. It is the priority for everybody here to make this look as, you know, as tame as possible and as under control as possible and as methodical as possible without overusing the force or, sending the wrong message when this goes worldwide tomorrow, which it certainly will. This is a major international story here, or a domestic story at least, that is going to be seen all over the world. I know there were TV stations in Israel last night that were streaming our coverage last night during the protest. It is that big of a deal, and it is probably the optics and the fear of certain optics which have actually brought us to this point in the first place. Nobody wants it to, everybody wants to allow this group of students, and obviously it's more than just students here, we know that, but everybody wants to allow for everybody to exercise their First Amendment right. It's such a crucial part of our democracy, and nowhere less than on a college campus. But when things graduate to violence, and a gathering like this becomes an unlawful assembly, it's not a joke, and it needs to be dealt with. And you cannot just let anarchy take hold like we started to see last night, or has been the case at Columbia University just last night. It's a balancing act. It's a very delicate balancing act that law enforcement and politicians have to deal with. These administrators have to deal with it, and it's a delicate balancing act. And so whatever transpires here, I suspect, to your point, will be a layered approach using the minimal amount of force possible, unless they are forced to bring in additional resources. But they have the resources at the ready. It's nearby. It's at their disposal. They have tons of technology, tons of tools that they could use to take this, to disperse this crowd and to eliminate the encampment. They have the available resources to do it. Will the group participate and cooperate and go peacefully? Will they start to recede and go home? Will the crowds thin out as the night goes on? And maybe that's when they take the opportunity to start, giving people the opportunity to leave on their own accord. And to what extent will they face resistance? These are all open-ended questions, but the optics are what are driving a lot of the decisions. Paramount is the safety of the officers, as well as the safety of the protesters themselves. But the optics are the elephant in the room that are on everybody's mind. It's so true. It's something that I've never seen before, even as recently as a few years ago during George Floyd. It was happening, but maybe to a different extent because of the rapid growth of live streaming, where TikTok has really changed the nature of of the demonstration on both sides, and it's been used and exploited by both sides, and some would argue even the platforms themselves to be complicit, but that's a whole other story for another day. But the platforms are being used as a communication tool, even within the protest. You know, even here in a local protest, and probably at the various universities across the country, where you have people talking to each other and threatening each other via social media. You know, it borders on, you know, on a hate crime in some cases. But you know, it's a new world where the threats come from different places, and so does the dialogue. And somewhere in the middle is, you know, there's certainly, you know, parts of the internet where you can have entirely productive conversation between two opposing sides. There's no doubt about it. But that same technology is being used in a variety, a spectrum of ways that can contribute to, you know, real life, tangible activism. But that activism, again, in many cases, can start off as a free speech, First Amendment privilege, and turn into something much darker, or more violent, or restrictive, or dangerous. And it's that level of rhetoric that gets people hurt, and that's why you got to bring an end to it. That's what they would argue, is that it's time. The size of this encampment has reached its limits, at least the limits that our politicians are comfortable with. We have seen these same types of protests handled a dozen different ways in the last week in a dozen different places across the country, depending on what jurisdiction you're in and depending on what university campus you're talking about. It's a very different vibe in New York versus Florida versus Georgia versus Texas versus UCLA. It is you know, part of what makes our 50-state union unique, and we're seeing it play out in real time tonight. Thank you. Keep an eye out for just an army of flashing lights. I think that, yeah, we got to be getting close here. Probably coming, I would imagine, up to 405, unless they're already closer. Yeah, yeah. I was hesitant to mention. were making their way in this area. They were in Van Nuys. They had set down for fuel and have now arrived on scene. They are not talking. They are not giving anything away here, but I can only presume that the arrival of that CHP helicopter may be indicative of something. We were expecting that as part of the prelude to whatever's going to take place here, and it appears that yet another indication that we're getting closer to some sort of police action here, as the arrival of that CHP helicopter is now very obvious to us as he flies through our shot, very probably obvious to the folks down there on the ground who are monitoring the air traffic above them. But I think that, along with the large law enforcement presence here and the large contingent of CHP officers that we are still looking for and anticipate seeing a lot more flashing lights coming from some direction. I don't know where. Look at that, Santa Monica police out here. So there are even other local jurisdictions besides LAPD. But we are looking for California Highway Patrol. We're expecting hundreds of them. That is what we were told, and I expect that at some point we'll see them make their way into the area here. You see LA City Fire standing by in case they are needed. But you're right, the California Highway Patrol helicopter now doing tight orbits around this campus, looking closely at the encampment, and it looks like there's some kind of signaling going on with those flashlights. I don't know what's happening down there, but all of a sudden you see more strobe lights in the middle of that encampment. But whatever's going to happen may be closer to happening, Mark. That helicopter has about the same fuel capacity as our helicopter, which is just over a couple hours. So they're here, and we'll see what happens next. Mark, Yeah, Mark, I'm wondering if we still have contact with either of our ground crews. Being told that the helicopter has or may be about to make a dispersal order PA announcement from the helicopter. I'm just curious. Obviously, we wouldn't hear that from Air 7, but I am curious if that has happened. That may be, again, more indication that the final steps are being taken to disperse peacefully here. But I am being told that the helicopter may be about to, if they haven't already, make an announcement. I'm not sure if we're in touch with Leanne or Shayla. Okay. Yeah, it certainly is, Mark. As we kind of scan the campus, we're just basically looking for any sign of law enforcement vehicles that may have gotten closer to the area we're talking about here. It does appear that those skirmish lines are holding strong. They have definitely grown over the last hour, but they are holding strong, and it does appear that we're getting closer to something. It just seems like, well, who knows where these officers are ultimately going to be coming from. It's just really anybody's guess. We know I can expect at least a group coming from those other two halls on this side of the encampment. But just from all indications that we've gotten, we expect a whole lot more California Highway Patrol officers where these gentlemen have came from, and we just don't see them yet. Difficult to see. There's probably a good reason why they decided to do this at night or in the overnight hours. But the darkness definitely helps them. Yeah, I mentioned the strobes earlier. One thing that we are also seeing, speaking of strobes, Rob, if you tilt down just a little bit towards the skirmish line, there has been a consistent strobe coming from that tent right there for the last couple of hours. And essentially, they've been taking turns between pointing those flashlights in our direction, which I must admit it sometimes is slightly blinding, but they're also pointing it directly at the eyes of those CHP officers in those skirmish lines. They've been doing it for the better part of the last couple of hours, a clear intent to taunt those officers. It's been going on for a while. It's annoying, and they know it's annoying, and they're doing it on purpose, obviously, with full intention of again, taunting those officers. But that strobe is continuing at least for the better part of the last 2 hours now. Yeah, once again, you can see them now pointing it towards us. I'm being told, Mark, that apparently Shayla is reporting that indeed yeah, I'm actually watching that police helicopter. That California Highway Patrol helicopter almost looks as if he might be departing the area. I'm just trying to scope it out. Maybe he's actually just making a very wide orbit, actually. It looked like he was moving away. He's all the way over the 405 almost now, but still basically in an orbit pattern around the campus. So I'm not sure, you know, what that's about, or if he's going anywhere, but just kind of reading the tea leaves here, just looking for any indication or any activity whatsoever, because for the most part, it's been static otherwise, other than the occasional movement of groups of protesters or groups of officers in one direction or the other. It's almost taken on more of a standoff here with those guys behind the wall, but other than that, I mean, you know, other than that, it's been pretty you know, static here. Yeah, we've seen a handful of drones being used, presumably by law enforcement, but I can't confirm that. It's entirely possible that somebody in the group is controlling a drone. It's impossible for us to tell, but it certainly is possible to be coming from either law enforcement or the protesters. I've actually seen chatter about that online as well. So I can't rule out that there are individuals in that encampment with drones. It's information that I can't confirm, but has been conveyed to me, if you will, by some folks on social media. So you can see that group of CHP officers. By the way, both the officers in this shot here and the LAPD officers behind them they've been standing there for some time now, and I don't even recall the last time we've seen them get swapped out. But essentially, the skirmish lines, to some extent or another, they've grown in the last hour, but the minimal skirmish. Yeah, still looking for any kind of movement. My eyes are peeled. All of ours are. We're looking within that encampment and around the campus for any sign of movement, and we're just not quite seeing it just yet. It seems like even the activity within the encampment has simmered down a little bit. Let's go ahead and push in a little bit, Rob, and see if looks like people are still walking around. I mean, the food line has shortened, I think, slightly, but folks are kind of concentrated in the middle, especially the ones without helmets. But I mean, even the ones in the middle, there are a fair amount of helmets throughout the crowd here. But everybody's just kind of standing around, milling around aimlessly, sort of. And I mean, it's organized, but I mean, they seem to be losing their patience a little bit too. They're just kind of, you know, hanging out on a Wednesday night. Let's take a look. As recently as about an hour ago, I did see somebody still. Look at that. There is somebody actually working on the wall right there in the corner. Not sure if he's trying to just look over it and kind of get a lay of the land on the other side of the wall, or if he's actually securing it. But you can see some folks, several folks actually, yeah, looks like they're just trying to climb and peer over the wall to get a glimpse of what activity is taking place on the other side. So they've built the wall around metal barricades, and then about 10 feet in front of the wall is an additional line of metal barricades. I guess at some point, the officers that eventually move in here will actually have to cross that line of barricades. So they'll probably come along the side, I would imagine, and start to fill in that gap if they're going to start forcibly removing the plywood. It's a large encampment. I can't understate how much this encampment has grown over the last week, and it's a sizable amount of property. Tough to put an accurate. Actually, let's go ahead and use our measuring tool here. We can actually give you a pretty good idea of how wide this area is. About 200 feet from building to building, and then if we measure it long ways, it's probably at least a foot. And that may very well be what's prompted the helmets suddenly in the last few minutes. Again, that group there, a better view here actually, as we peer under those tents from behind. You can see them taking cover under the tents, but those seem to be the most, I want to say the most male-oriented from what we could tell, and the most able-bodied, fit people in this encampment who are kind of at the front lines. They've taken up position, if you will, in those helmets along the front line there, right behind that plywood wall. That's right. Hmm. That's right. And I think it's fairly obvious at this point. You know, again, I keep speaking of this large group of officers that we're expecting to see, again, where they come from. Again, there's limited options here, but the officers that you see in that skirmish line are far, 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 far outnumbered. So these would likely not be the initial group to, move forward on this encampment. I imagine that skirmish line will just act as just that, a skirmish line that nobody tries to cross during the actual operation, when we presume that California Highway Patrol will actually make entry into that encampment. Again, how they do that will be methodical, but I think it'll be something of a surprise for everybody, including us, in terms of the method to their operation. One of the tools, one of the tools that that comes to mind, since we have some free time to speculate at least a little bit. We learned about the distraction detonators that were used in Columbia University last night. Very similar to a flashbang, but completely harmless as far as I know, but definitely effective in terms of forcibly dispersing a crowd without injuring anybody. It certainly seems like one of the tools I would imagine we might see being tossed into the crowd or into maybe some of the open areas within the crowd to kind of divert attention away from where the law enforcement wants their attention diverted to. So, there's it's tools like that that I can imagine in my head that would come in very handy in a situation like this as they try and penetrate that plywood and try and penetrate that wall. Again, this is a group on the other side of that wall that's equipped with not just helmets. They've got gas masks and all kinds of defensive equipment to deal with tear gas and other sorts of irritants. But a distraction device is very effective, and we've seen it just this week in other locations be used in similar situations that may very well be played out here. Tilt down, Rob, to the corner at the end of Royce Hall. Right there, right in that corner there. That's all sealed off in the bottom left. It continues, right? Let's try and get a better shot of that, Johnny, if we can. Yeah, I'm trying. What's happening? Down on fuel. Is that newscopter here? Oh, really? Oh. Oh. Air 7 News Desk, we've got a bail for fuel. Okay, copy. We'll be back as soon as possible. All right, let's go. Yeah, let's do it now. What do you see? What are you seeing? Are they a little movement? Yeah. Right.
You should know. You shouldn't be running. You should not be running. And you should not be running. Yeah? Okay, cool. We're going to stay with our groups, with our friends. We're going to stay together as a group. And whenever it's time for you to go home, it could be right now or in 30 minutes or whenever the arrest happens, you will do it in groups and very calmly, taking care of each other and yourself. Okay? If there was a dispersal order for us here, we would know it because it would have to be announced, and we will let you know as well that we hear that. But that's not all we know.
Huge amounts of criticism. I mean,
How does that sound to people? Do we have a plan? Yeah? When is they call? Okay. That's all. Thank you again, everybody. You've been great tonight.
with you. They don't even fuck with you.
No, your video will be like, no, it's not. I didn't want to get you in it.
Yes, I'm the weirdo that's walking around.
on you, LAPD! Shame on you, LAPD! Shame on you, LAPD! Shame on you! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Wait, so move it back to
भाई सेल्फी स्टिक
Welcome back as you join us live on abc7.com and our 24/7 streaming channels. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue to follow the developments over UCLA, where a massive protest is indeed continuing tonight into the evening, and everyone is bracing for an encounter with law enforcement as they have been poised all day to confront this group and eventually end this encampment that's been going on. As you can see now, both sides of the encampment surrounded by skirmish lines. Just a little while ago when we left you could see that initial group of California Highway Patrolmen there on the other side of the barricade. That appears to have thinned out a little bit. There's a few less CHP and a few less LAPD, but on the west side of this protest of the encampment is a whole separate group that we've been watching all night long. Two large groups on both sides of the encampment, but this large group almost appears to have grown in size just in the last little while since we dropped down for a quick fuel stop. And now you can see there's also a new skirmish line that I don't think was there, at least I don't recall it being there a little bit early there on the steps of that fountain. Why don't we go ahead and let's do a full orbit, see if we can get like a full 360 view and check out the activity on the other side. You see that LAPD skirmish line, if I'm not mistaken, taking shape there. That was not there even a half hour ago, and it looks like there are a lot more protesters virtually surrounding that skirmish line of LAPD officers. You can see these are supporters who showed up late this afternoon to defend the encampment. These folks are not in the encampment. Well, actually, the folks you're seeing on this side of the ply wall are. It looks like LAPD has actually entered the encampment there. That was not there. This was. They are now behind the plywood for the first time. We are now seeing law enforcement within the encampment. I had a feeling that things had changed, and certainly it appears things have changed dramatically in the last few minutes. LAPD, of all agencies, is now within the plywood wall that was built. These protesters spent the better part of the day reinforcing this wall, and now law enforcement for the first time has made entry into the encampment. They have not moved forward beyond that staircase there, but they are within the confines of the encampment. And as we've been talking about, California Highway Patrol is the agency that we expect will be leading the charge in confronting this group of protesters and ultimately taking down this encampment. You see the skirmish line there on the east side. Again, it's thinned out there. There's a pretty heavy contingent of LAPD officers now moving into position, strengthening that lead skirmish line, at least the lead LAPD skirmish line. There's about 4 skirmish lines in total on this side of the encampment, keeping a good distance between the supporters who have shown up to defend the encampment and the actual encampment itself. About a dozen or two officers now walking across the field here, and looks like they're going to walk into that building. Let's go ahead and swing it back over to the west side, where it certainly appears things are a bit more dramatic, and the proximity between police and protesters are about as close as it's been the entire day. First of all, I did not expect to see. In fact, look at that. There's a couple of groups of officers here. They've almost formed a bit of a circle. There's a lead skirmish line there near the staircase, and then a whole nother line of officers. Let's go ahead and try and count them. It looks like they have some less lethal weaponry there. I would say about 24 officers that are now face to face with these protesters. That would explain some of the yelling that I heard on some of the live streams there. We're getting a better aerial view of what has happened here just in the last 30 minutes. Definitely a much different posture here, as LAPD is within the confines of the encampment, the Gaza Solidarity Encampment. If you hear anything on scanner 2, let me know. Once again, LAPD face-to-face with this lead group of protesters on the perimeter of the encampment. You can see strobe lights being flashed in their direction. There have been reports of objects being thrown at them, although we are not seeing that, but it does appear that there was some tense moments as the LAPD made their way up the staircase and entered the encampment. You can see the skirmish line extending the entire 200-foot distance between Powell Library and Royce Hall, and you can see opposite those officers a solid line of protesters wearing mostly white helmets, white and yellow helmets, as they're basically face to face with these officers. These are outsiders. These are supporters who showed up this afternoon. They're now being kept at bay on that staircase. They're not going to be allowed anywhere in there. I think that's the primary job of that skirmish line right there, is to now hold the distance between the staircase and that large group of protesters right there at the leading edge of the encampment in front of the fountain.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
500 to maybe even 800 people on that side of the fence there. Yep. What's about to happen, we don't know, but it is certainly clear that we are getting closer to something happening. LAPD more heavily involved than I expected them to be, as they have now penetrated the encampment. They are within the walls of the encampment, and basically holding the line here until orders are given to do otherwise or advance on this crowd. Probably more officers. It's going to take more officers, I would imagine, to do that, almost certainly, and additional agencies. We know that CHP is the lead agency here, but we just don't see a whole lot of movement on their part there. We see that skirmish line where there were 2 skirmish lines about a half hour ago, 40 minutes now. There is now 1 skirmish line of CHP officers and 2 longer lines of LAPD officers. Again, that's the east side of the encampment there. That right there in the middle, if you're not familiar, is remnants from the counter-protest yesterday, where the group of pro-Israeli demonstrators were gathered around that movie screen. And there you see, in the center of your screen, is that encampment. Show me the middle. What's going on in the middle of that encampment there? Look at this. Look at this. The crowd is pushing forward, and those officers are face to face with this crowd. Here come a whole line of umbrellas. A lot more commotion now within the confines of the encampment as LAPD is now retreating. LAPD is now retreating from the encampment. They're retreating from the encampment. There are encounters with protesters, LAPD now scuffling with these protesters, the supporters who have shown up on that staircase. They are now fist to fist with some of these protesters as they try and make their way down the staircase. LAPD is retreating from the encampment as the crowd has converged on at least 36 officers who were apparently holding that skirmish line. That skirmish line is not holding, and those officers now retreating as they are being pushed out completely out of the encampment by no less than a couple hundred protesters on the encampment, within the encampment, within the confines of that plywood wall. And there's somebody taken down. LAPD taking somebody down there. LAPD clashing with at least one protester as they were being pushed around at the bottom of that staircase. LAPD taking somebody down, now forming a new skirmish line at the bottom of the staircase. There was an encounter there. Somebody might be hurt there, but it looks like somebody's being detained. Yep. Is it just one person? Okay. Look at that. The crowd appears to be cheering. I mean, they feel that they have accomplished something as LAPD has been forced to retreat from the encampment. They made their way down the stairs, encountering a bunch of protesters and supporters of the encampment, and now you see them detaining one person who is being walked away in handcuffs. This is just really a recipe for disaster here. I mean, what has changed?
Guys, hey.
folks all the way up the staircase into the encampment. Yeah. Seriously.
They were not all in one group. It's not over. If you want to get to the encampment, now's the time. They're going towel side.
Yeah, they let him go. So that person has been let go. A group of officers now fully disengaging and going back to their base, wherever that is. You can see them now towards the back of the lawn there, but they have completely pulled back. Yep, yep. They're still standing back there, huh? Yeah. Way back. Looks like that side of the crowd is actually dissipated a little bit. I think a lot of the folks on Portela Plaza there uh, at some point made their way to the opposite side of the encampment. And I think that's why it looks like that crowd on the west side looks so much larger than it did a little while ago. It certainly appears that that's what's happened. And we've seen some shifting in the crowd throughout the afternoon, and I think that's basically what's happened here. We're still talking about approximately the same number of people overall, in excess of about, I would say, 2,000 people or so, in addition to the encampment itself. But you can see the crowd that's been hanging around the staircase all day. Well, basically, that's what we have now. You see LAPD tried to make their way up there. They've been forced to retreat. They've been completely outnumbered after actually penetrating the encampment itself. And now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people all the way up that staircase. And you can see the crowd of defenders who were face-to-face with the skirmish line of LAPD officers within the encampment. Well, all of them have now retreated as well, further inside the encampment. What a mess. Yep. What'd I tell you? I told you. You can do some orbits. Oh, well, I figure we'll burn one more bag. What do you think? And then do a swap. Any activity there in the middle? I see some more lights. Yeah. So what they've been doing is they've been running around the south side of the library and switching sides depending on the posture of the skirmish lines. And I think the latest group made their way from that Portola Plaza around the buildings and then converged on the steps. So I think, I don't know, what would you say? I would say at least 1,500 people there. Empty? There was a report of an officer injured, but I think he was fine. That ambulance empty? at this.
Oh, hell yeah.
Free, free, free Palestine! No! Shut it down! Shut it down! Long live Palestine! Intifada! Intifada! Long live Intifada! 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 Long live the Intifada!
And our 24/7 streaming channels. Once again, Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD. We're just kind of tracking the movements of this group of LAPD officers who have retreated from the encampment, now making their way all the way back to the rear of this lawn here, closest to the activity center, I believe. And they have now been joined by a separate group of officers to form a skirmish line about a couple hundred feet away from the staircase. This is a staircase that they at one point made their way up, confronted a bunch of protesters at the top of the staircase, even entered and penetrated the plywood wall. But look at the turnout here by these supporters who are not in the encampment. These are protesters and supporters who showed up late in the day to defend this encampment. And sure enough, just look at the amount of people that have shown up not only on the west side of the encampment, but there's a whole other several hundred on the other side. I estimate in excess of 2,000 people at least, not to mention the several hundred that are actually within the encampment in the confines of those plywood walls in those tents. You can see a couple hundred people there just on the perimeter of that barricade where there are separate skirmish lines separating that crowd from the encampment. You can see CHP closest to the encampment, two lines of LAPD officers behind them. But it really appears to be a pretty static situation in general, aside from this little episode where LAPD made their way up the staircase into the encampment and then was put in a position where they were surrounded and were forced to retreat. and encountered a little bit of resistance as they did so, but it did appear that one person may have shoved an officer. Somebody was reported to be hurt. It looked like paramedics attended to that officer, but that gurney is empty, and it looks like everybody's okay down there by the activity center, and now a separate skirmish line has been established there. What we are not seeing here, folks, is the numbers. We don't see enough law enforcement in place yet to make any kind of an action to advance into this encampment. The anticipation was that there would be hundreds more officers on the scene once California Highway Patrol gave the go-ahead to move in on this so-called Gaza Solidarity encampment there at Royce Hall. But what we are seeing here is that upwards of a couple thousand people have shown up, outnumbering law enforcement in huge numbers and providing a real buffer for the folks who are residing inside the encampment. This is an encampment that has been reconstructed throughout the day, heavily defaced, heavily vandalized Royce Hall, now sealed off with debris and all kinds of makeshift materials by the folks in the encampment. There are hundreds of tents established with different specialty items in each tent, hygiene, PPE, makeshift weapons such as we've seen fire extinguishers and all kinds of defense shields, gas masks, you name it. They have come prepared for a confrontation, and it doesn't appear that they're going to get the confrontation that they were looking for or that they were preparing for. So right now, the encampment lives on for another night here. We're coming up on the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. Whether law enforcement is going to move in on them, whether they have more officers en route, we just don't know. It just is it's just not playing out the way we all were anticipating that it would, and it seems like everybody was prepared for a much larger advance by law enforcement. But if this situation continues the way it has, I mean, this encampment will likely be right where it is tomorrow morning. We will see what happens here. We're going to stay here as long as we can, and you can see they've now moved some dumpsters to the bottom of that staircase. There are at least 1,500 people lining this staircase all the way up to the encampment there near the top. You can see just an incredible number of supporters who have shown up. Again, late in the day. This does not include the people who have been residing in this encampment. peek behind the building there, behind the drone. Who is that right there? Who's that? It is UCLA security. Okay, got it. Nothing. I mean, there's no activity. Who's that right? Look at this. Look at this. This is CHP? Look at this. CHP. Okay, this is new. This is new. Folks, if you're just watching, we're just seeing now for the first time a large group of CHP officers lining up along Royce Drive behind Royce Hall. Look at this. There is a bus of CHP officers being dropped off behind the quad, behind Royce Hall. It looks like CHP is getting ready to move in on this encampment. Now, finally, we are seeing our first movement here of at least a couple of hundred, upwards of maybe, I would say maybe even at least, I would say a couple hundred people here. This is starting to take shape, folks. You can see more buses. More buses. We've got 3 buses of CHP officers being dropped off behind Royce Hall and now lining up. There's more buses. All right, things are taking shape here, folks. We could count at least a couple hundred officers now lining up and preparing for action. They are fully equipped. They've got their gear on, and we will see if the situation is about to change here. But it has been mostly static throughout the night. Obviously, if you've been following along with us, we've seen some attempts to confront protesters by LAPD, but we really never expected LAPD to play a major role in this operation. It was always to be that the California Highway Patrol would take the lead in executing whatever orders were given to them in terms of handling this encampment and handling this unlawful assembly. So now California Highway Patrol immediately behind Royce Hall. By the way, Marcel, work with me here. You see where they are lined up right there where you're pointing? They're starting to walk in the direction that I want you to tilt down slightly, and you can see that the students have set up a table, a first aid table, near the very entrance. Right there is the entrance to the encampment. There's going to be a confrontation. If there's going to be a confrontation, it's going to be right here at that staircase near the top of your screen as officers eventually make their way through this parking lot. We're going to see what's going to happen here, but something is about to take place as officers finally come face to face with these protesters in the encampment who have been preparing all day to guard the entrance to the encampment adjacent to Royce Hall. This is a dramatic development that we have been anticipating all day and all night, and now you can see at this late hour as we come up on the 3 o'clock hour, finally, we are seeing a long line of CHP officers confronting this group here momentarily. And protesters walking towards them. Bottom of the screen, tilt down, tilt down, tilt down. You can see another group of protesters walking in their direction. They're going to start converging on the entrance to the encampment here. Here we go. Here we go. Batons out, shields out, riot gear, full riot gear is in place here as they make their way up the staircase. Here we go. Push in there. Let's push in and see what they do. CHP lining up here. They're now face to face with a large group of campers, essentially. The people who have been residing in this encampment, they have been planning for this moment. They have spent all day refortifying this encampment and waiting for this confrontation at the entry point of the encampment. This is the only hole left that is not boarded up. And you can just feel the tension. You can imagine what it's like down there on the ground as they start to of CHP behind them. We're talking about 300 CHP officers who are getting ready to force their way into this encampment. Well, this is it, folks. You can see a large group here, in excess of 200 to 300 CHP officers being dropped off by buses, ready to confront these protesters. There are folks who have been residing in this encampment on the right side of your screen here, and on the left side, by that staircase right there, you're looking at a group of supporters who showed up here late in the day, part of a much larger group near the bottom of your screen. This is the same group that just forced LAPD to retreat from the encampment. Not sure how they even made it up there, but in any event, CHP now ready to execute on their orders to take this encampment down, and I think it's about to go down, folks. About 1 hour, 1 hour. People are now converging from all over that encampment right to this corner of the quad. You have supporters on the left who are here to defend the encampment, and you have the people who have been setting up this encampment all day, holding the fort down and refortifying this wall, now at the entrance of the encampment. This is the entrance to the courtyard in front of Royce Hall, where those officers have now been dropped off. Marcel, if you could do me a favor, let's just take a look and see if there's any other activity on the opposite side of Royce Hall here. Other side? Top? Nothing up there. Okay. All right, let's go back over there. We are watching a standoff here at the entrance of this encampment. The walkway that leads right in front of Royce Hall is now completely blocked with protesters. You can see another line of CHP officers making their way to the front here. They have a small gap to fill, and it's about, man, I gotta say, at least 250 to 300 officers in this group here. They're gonna eventually, I would imagine, push their way up here, but this group is ready for a fight. This group is ready for a fight. I could tell you that the California Highway Patrol airship is inbound, making their way back over to campus here. Protesters coming down with pallets, batons out, and now a confrontation. CHP officers now coming fist to fist with some of these protesters, ripping some of their defenses right out of their hands. It's a scuffle. It's a scuffle at the bottom of that staircase as they fight for their shields that they've brought to the bottom there. They don't seem very well equipped, to be honest with you. This initial group down there should be easily penetrated by these officers. It's a pretty weak group, actually. They just brought some very weak shielding to try and block the entrance of the quad. But you see, they've got two groups they've got to deal with. There's a group at the top of the entrance, the top of that staircase. And then they've got hundreds of people to their right, your left of the screen here, where folks have come for the purpose of defending this encampment. Here we go, water bottles being thrown. Who knows what other liquids are being thrown here. You can see that confrontation now as CHP moves in on that staircase. They're going to be as methodical as they can here and try to use the least amount of force possible to make their way up that staircase into the encampment. But it's all happening right now, live on ABC7 and your 24/7 streaming channels here. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue to follow major developments here on the campus of UCLA as the CHP prepares to take down this encampment. A confrontation now taking place as hundreds of officers are now face to face with these protesters. Where's that light? Is that? Yeah. It's difficult to see through there. Yeah, it's yeah, you've got about 100 or so protesters in this corner.
The people united will never be defeated.
Yep. Are they? Okay. Copy that. Thank you. I'll tell you what, Johnny, let's go ahead and do a full orbit and we'll come right back to this position here. I just want to use this opportunity to kind of get a view on the other side of these trees here. If we could do a tight orbit so we try not to let the building get too much in the way. We'll just want to see the posture of these officers behind them. More objects being thrown at those CHP officers. Good angle. Let's push all the way in there. Look at these people. They're climbing through the bushes to try and crowd the staircase. You see a whole bunch of people on the staircase with umbrellas extended all the way out here. Yellow things. Oh, flashlights. Those are the flashlights. Okay. Sorry, we've got a lot of flashlights. can't help but feel like the more time they spend here, the more opportunity the rest of the protesters inside the encampment are going to have to prepare here. Even though they've been preparing all day for this moment, you just hate to take that advantage of time away from those officers if they can move quickly up that staircase and somehow eradicate this group right here. Somehow, it's a tricky space to work with. It's a narrow staircase that leads to the quad up top near Royce Hall, and then you've got this whole other group to the right that they still have to deal with, hundreds of people that are climbing through these bushes and making their way up towards that group of officers. That's what I was thinking. That's why I wanted to see the other side of, if they would have come up from different angles simultaneously. Yep. All right, so that skirmish line is intact. Okay. Additional officers being dropped off. This is a separate bus. This is a separate bus of officers now being dropped off, and they're walking the opposite side of Royce Hall. They're going to come around the other side. Okay. A separate group of officers, a whole nother busload of officers has just been dropped off. They're making their way to the east side of Royce Hall. All right, protesters getting ready for a confrontation on the opposite hall as another 50 or so officers make their way along the south side of the hall here towards the quad. Yep. They may. That makes the most sense. Some of them moved over. Yep. All right, show me the big group. Some people in custody under that walkway. All right, let's bring it back over here. That drone there does not look like a police drone. Yep, yep. All right, so that some of these officers have come from that original group. There was another bus that was dropped off here. I estimate maybe it's hard to tell with that tree there, but at least 50 or 60 officers over here now forming a new skirmish line as they get ready to advance on the opposite side of Royce Hall. You can see students confronting these officers, trying to communicate. Perhaps some chanting going on here. What is that they've used to block the staircase? There's a staircase that leads down, and that looks like some dumpsters that they've used to form a blockade. And here they go. They're going to move forward. Is that a different drone or another drone? It's another drone. More CHP moving down to the bottom here. All right, they're starting to scatter out more. This is smart here as they kind of surround this corner of the quad. There's a group right there that's going to move forward against those dumpsters, and then you have about how many over there on the right, all the way to the right? A small little group there, yeah, about another dozen or so that are now just about 30 feet away from the front of the encampment. Again, that's the east side of the encampment. If we move back over to the west side of the encampment, there is more chanting and flashlights in the faces of those CHP officers. Even a laser at one point I saw there pointing at those officers. They're screaming and chanting and refusing to let those officers budge. They haven't pushed too hard yet, but there's a lot of people in their way, and they've got to make their way up a small, narrow staircase to get into the quad here. So it's a tight space that they're working with. We do. Same pilot. And roughly 35, 40 minutes of fuel. Sounds good. All right. This is a larger contingent, perhaps from the original squad there that are moving into the south side of Royce Hall. I think they see the opportunity for somewhat easier access than that other staircase, but it seems like they've almost divided it in half, maybe. Are they? All right. So that front line there, that front line of students appears to be putting their hands up, some of them at least, and just giving up. We'll see if they can advance through those bushes here or maybe tear down that blockade. But it looks like not much resistance from that first group of students. The students are actually removing the blockade and moving the barricade from the stairs. All right, that blockade is completely gone. The barricade is gone. A large group of CHP officers now with the freedom to move down this staircase and start ripping away, I would presume, at that plywood. Look at the dozen, there's a dozen or so CHP officers now closing in on the front of the encampment, and it looks like somebody's about to give the order to go ahead and move in here. I think we're seconds away from seeing some movement here on the east end, on the east side of this encampment, where there is a large plywood, makeshift plywood wall that has been under construction all day. We'll see just how well constructed it was, but I think there's plenty of opportunity here for them to penetrate this wall and make entry into the encampment here. Doesn't seem like much in their way. They're starting to make their way down the staircase. There's another group of officers already at the bottom. Here they come. They're coming down the staircase. Maybe they're looking for some more people who are willing to negotiate here. Look at that. A whole group of students that were blocking the staircase now walking away with their hands up, being led down the back of Royce Hall. Dozens of students now being escorted away from Royce Hall with their hands up, and officers now making their way down the staircase. I think CHP sees an opportunity here to maybe negotiate with some of these people on the leading edge of the encampment. Perhaps. All right, some barricades coming down. They're going to penetrate this wall here pretty quickly, I think. CHP officers looking for any opening to get in there and penetrate that corner of the quad where it is, again, has been heavily fortified throughout the day, and now they are starting to rip away at the barricade that is holding up some of that wood. They have stockpiled tons of wood over the course of the last 24 hours, and you can see that a bulk of the people in this encampment have gravitated to either side of the encampment, where there are now two sets of CHP officers attempting to penetrate the perimeter of this encampment. They've opened this side. This is the walkway that leads to the front of Royce Hall. I think that leads to the front door, if I'm not mistaken. It's a foyer that kind of leads to the front of the building here. It looks like it may be penetrated. There are a whole group of supporters and protesters under that roof there, and you can see umbrellas trying to conceal, or maybe, I don't know what they're doing with those umbrellas, quite frankly. But it's bad luck, right? They're tearing apart at that barricade. Some more pallets being pulled away here. Still, yeah. Yeah, you guys say when? Really difficult to see what's happening in here, quite frankly, but it does look like they're chipping away at whatever barricades are in their way, using multiple entry points to try and break through here. You can see them tearing up umbrellas, tearing up signs, pulling away signs, and they're taking more barricades down. On both the upstairs and at the bottom of those stairs, plywood is now coming apart, and that wall is about to come down. That plywood wall is about to come down, and the end is near for this encampment. It certainly appears as though they are not facing that much resistance, quite frankly. They're working very methodically, but they don't seem to be putting up with much fight. Yeah. Continuing to pull away at that plywood. The wall's coming down piece by piece. Hey, how are you? Okay. Okay, great. So in other words, a self-toss? Copy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Standing by. Welcome, everybody. You're watching Eyewitness News. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD with breaking news over the UCLA campus, where hundreds of CHP officers are now in the process of penetrating this week-long encampment here in front of Royce Hall. This encampment, which has been refortified over the last 24 hours, is now disintegrating at the edges as CHP starts to tear away at the plywood. There are hundreds of people inside this encampment. However, at this point, the resistance has been minimal. They've been faced with lots of flashlights and lasers, some other garbage thrown in their direction, but for the most part, they are managing to take down this barricade and take down the plywood, which has been blocking law enforcement from entering this encampment. This encampment has basically been under protester control completely for the past couple of days. It's an occupied zone in front of Royce Hall that now has a wall built on the east side as well as the west side, and now there are hundreds of CHP officers on both sides of the encampment as they tear away at this side of the encampment wall. We'll go ahead and pan over to the opposite side of Royce Hall, where there are, again, 100 or two more officers still trying to talk some sense maybe into these protesters who are preventing them from making their way up a narrow staircase to get into the quad here. Something is going off on the side. I don't know if it's fireworks or what, but something is going off. What is that? What is that? Is that bottle? Yeah, there's like some bottle rockets going off that are almost blinding up here, and it's coming from the edge there. So somebody's launching bottle rockets in some direction. I can't tell exactly where they're coming from. Anyway, you can see about 100 or so CHP officers on this side. I'm sorry, less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. There are less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. These are coming from CHP. These are coming from the CHP side of the wall, and as shots are being fired into the encampment. These are not bullets. These are less lethal rounds that are being shot into the encampment. That might be what was catching the corner of my eye here. Very, very bright, and you can see something being used to launch into this encampment. They have penetrated the corner here, but they have not quite made entry into all of those tents. You can see a lot of people milling about as they were trying to make their way down that staircase right there on the right-hand side of your screen. There were a couple of dozen students blocking their way, as well as a couple of dumpsters blocking the staircase, and at some point, the students ended up putting up their hands and helping in removing the blockade, allowing those officers down the staircase. Now making their way into the encampment, penetrating that plywood wall has proven to be a little bit more difficult, but you can see whatever is being launched into the encampment is producing a haze. It's producing a haze that you can see on the camera lens here. So something has been launched in there. It is creating a haze. We're now peering through the haze to try and get a better look at both sides of Royce Hall, where now hundreds of CHP officers are executing the dispersal order that was given at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. There was an unlawful assembly declared at around 6:15. A dispersal order has been repeated over the last 6 to 7 hours, and now finally CHP moving into position to try and penetrate this encampment and as peacefully as possible remove these students and protesters from this illegal, unlawful assembly. We're still looking through some haze here. It's also a combination of some low clouds that are moving through here as well. As we peer through this moisture, you can see they are still working at trying to get through there. I don't see any actual officers in the encampment just yet, but they are chipping away there at the edges of this encampment. There are groups of people under those tents. They have shields, they're wearing helmets. They've been preparing for this moment all day long, ever since the violence broke out on Tuesday night. They've spent the entire day refortifying this encampment and shopping for materials, PPE, goggles, helmets, umbrellas, you name it. We saw groups of fire extinguishers at the ready, just waiting to be put to use here tonight, and even signs pointing protesters in the direction of the various tents. At one point, we saw a tent that literally said, "Protection for tonight," as they were looking for some of the PPE to try and defend against tear gas and stuff like that. But you can see it does look like CHP is slowly and gradually making their way through these tents, through that wall, and finally they will figure out who's going to put up a fight here and who will be placed under arrest. There are dozens of LA County Sheriff's buses at the ready and waiting for processing and booking of however many arrestees they have to deal with at the end of this operation. But they are fully equipped. Law enforcement from the LAPD, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol have been marshaling their forces all day long for the better part of the last 15 hours, getting into position as we've been waiting for this moment where they are finally executing that order to disperse this crowd and take down this encampment, which has just gotten to be too dangerous. We have seen a couple people detained, John, but as you can see now, we see some of this crowd starting to move away from the edge there as there's some smoke grenades going off. Not sure if it's tear gas or if it's just smoke, but we did count at least 1 or 2 people being placed in handcuffs when these CHP officers first arrived. Earlier, LAPD tried to make their way into the encampment. They actually were able to make their way up a staircase on the opposite side, and as they had to retreat because they were surrounded by protesters, there was some pushing and shoving, and one of the officers was hurt, minor injuries. He was okay, but they did detain somebody temporarily at that point and eventually let him go. LAPD now holding that skirmish line. Again, that's all happening on the opposite side of the quad here. But now you can see these tents are starting to be moved and taken down as CHP is now within the perimeter of this encampment. John? Yeah, we're talking about at least about 300 by my estimation. We've seen about 5 buses pull in and drop these officers off, maybe even more than 300, but at least 300 by my count here. And you can see that now a little bit more of a line of scrimmage here as you have officers on the right, protesters on the left, and now a bit of a standoff right there at the perimeter. How much of a fight, how stubborn they're going to be is what we're going to find out here, but they are giving them every last opportunity to try and bring this to an end as peacefully as possible with as least amount of force as possible. You see them pulling the protesters. They're going to start doing it one by one and just peeling them off, hoping that they put up very little fight. And I think for the most part we could say that they have not encountered quite the resistance that you would expect, although they clearly are not being welcomed in by this crowd, and so they are in a position where they are using less lethal rounds. You can see objects being thrown in their direction. There are water bottles, there are other objects. It looked at one point like there wasn't a fire extinguisher that was tossed over there, but you can see clearly now about a couple dozen a couple dozen officers on the right there, and several dozen near the top of the staircase that are trying to penetrate the entrance to Royce Hall near the top left-hand portion of your screen there. So there are 2 groups of officers in this shot right here, and you can see a combination of smoke and cloud that is now coming in the way here that we're trying to peer through to try and get a better glimpse. But they are face-to-face with these protesters who are holding up umbrellas to prevent, basically shield themselves from tear gas, essentially. But they're just kind of grasping at those and tearing those umbrellas apart as well. Here's a fire extinguisher being used in the direction of those officers, John. Thank you. Yeah. That's exactly right. I don't know if they're going home exactly, but I think ultimately you're going to have a good portion that do manage to sneak out of here. And most likely you will be left with a core group of holdouts who are going to fight to the bitter end. But I think you're right about that. It's striking to me how methodically they're going about this. You know, there are a number of different tactics that law enforcement could take in a situation like this to break up any kind of a protest or a riot. This is not a riot at this point, but they are facing resistance. In this case, the rules of engagement are clearly such that they are using very kid-glove care on these protesters, despite the fact that they have a lot of obstacles and things being thrown and tossed in their direction. They clearly are, somewhat restrained here in terms of how they go about doing this. They're using the least amount of force as possible, as clearly must have been the directive in terms of making sure that there is minimal injury in this process. And that, I think, really explains why this is happening so slowly and methodically, John. You get the impression, yeah. Yeah, you get the impression there's some kind of dialogue taking place there. Otherwise, they could easily force their way through here. Mind you, we should focus on this group here because there is a large group of well over 100 CHP officers who are being held back. They are not being welcomed up that staircase, a much narrower staircase that is proving to be very difficult for them to plow through. There's a crowd blocking their way, and they really aren't able to make their way up here. I almost wonder if they're going to make their way around, but now we're going to start to see some scuffles taking place at the leading edge of this protest. The holdouts are not going away peacefully, and so they are going to be pulled away. They're going to be peeled off of each other one by one if they continue to resist. So we're seeing some scuffles breaking out between police and protesters who are somewhat prepared, but again, not to the extent that these CHP officers are with their riot gear, John. All right, we are out of fuel. We're going to head back. You got it. Copy, copy. Thank you, thank you.
We are united. There's power within us and power in numbers. Power in people. The whole world. They are watching. The whole world is watching us. We are the movement. We are now. We are fighting.
That exit, they just trying to work it out there.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Oh, yeah. Damn. It's amazing how great the camera is at absorbing light compared to the human eye out there. I can't even see it. Can you see it?
I'm like Ray Charles back there.
Oh, yeah. That's a PD drone, I would imagine. There's protesters inside the foyer there at Royce Hall, or did they move them out?
No, they're still there. That's what's going on right now. There's a fight between them right there.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to clear it.
Right, and they keep every now and then if you look to the right of the screen, it'll pop up.
Yeah, yeah. Is there graffiti on Royce Hall? If you push in, is there graffiti on the walls? Just some vandalism. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Take a look at that. That's good stuff. Yeah, Rachel and John, so what you're looking at there is Royce Hall. You see all the protesters running out? Well, the officers, law enforcement, had decided they want to clear this area. It's a methodical process. They really want to get this entire encampment surrounded. And now, all of a sudden, as the officers moved in, they started grabbing tents, throwing things out. You see all of the protesters ran out of Royce Hall. So LAPD, CHP, and the Riot officers here, they want to control Royce Hall. They want to make sure nobody gets up on top of them. You see a drone right there. We've been watching a drone fly around a little bit. It looks a little bit too small for us to think that that's a law enforcement drone, so we just don't know about that. We even had a report of a drone up here by us, and that is really concerning for us. There's no question about that. But LAPD wants to control Royce Hall. You see the officers up there. They've been shooting some flashbang grenades from up there. They've been using binoculars. And what they're doing is they're keeping an eye on this crowd, and what they're looking for are individuals that they think are going to be troublemakers. There's no question that they're trying to evaluate exactly what they're dealing with down on the ground. There's some individuals that look more like their posture is they're going to allow officers to just take them into custody. Now you see officers are going through that tent to make sure there's no one there. So methodically, they're clearing this out. They're going to occupy Royce Hall, and they want to make sure nobody's still inside Royce Hall because officers never want protesters or anyone behind them. But slowly but surely, we open up out of this shot. We're seeing more and more officers, and there are hundreds and hundreds. I would be surprised if there's more than 300 officers on the campus right now here at UCLA. And now you see some of that crowd moving to an area where earlier LAPD SWAT team members, or not SWAT team members, but riot gear officers, had occupied that area. You see them off to the left now, and they moved back. So this is a process that is sketchy. It's a process that is difficult. It gets extremely violent at times, but you saw all those people run out, and you see that haze layer moving in as well. That's a marine layer that's starting to encompass this area a little bit. But right now they're just trying to get that area where the encampment is completely surrounded, and you do see all the graffiti on Royce Hall, the vandalism there. This is something they did have to move in and stop. They couldn't allow this to continue. And so now it looks like LAPD officers do have Royce Hall. That's a major thing for them because now no one can run into that hallway and try and get away. And I think it's just a matter of time. Once they have the crowd, the encampment, completely surrounded with officers, that's when I think they're going to move in one by one and try and take these protesters into custody. Open up out of your shot for me, Marcel. Okay, we're good right here. Just don't go any further east, but just go north a little bit. Well, there's a group that looks like they're giving themselves up. Give me that line of people there. Looks like they're giving themselves up. Good stuff right here. Looks like there's a, where was that line that were being led? Was that them there? Fly back north a little bit more, would you? Good right here. Even slide a little bit further north. We got him right here. Gabby. What's down to the west when you get a chance towards us? Okay. You can probably climb a little bit too. You could probably climb a little bit. I think we had a little altitude out of this probably. Is that a line of officers on the bottom of your screen too? Yeah, don't climb anymore. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of progress, and especially within about the last, 15 to 20 minutes. On the left side of your screen is Royce Hall, and if you were with us a little bit ago, you saw a group of students just running out of Royce Hall, and some of those decided to give themselves up. We probably saw about half a dozen, maybe even a dozen, hand in hand, being escorted out and taken to that area where they're going to be processed. But what they have done is they've got a line of officers surrounding the main portion of the encampment, and they're slowly moving forward, grabbing the tents, making sure there's no one inside the tent, pulling the tents away, pulling the debris away, and then slowly moving in on the protesters. So the area that they have to encompass is smaller and smaller and smaller, and of course it's much easier for them to control. So if we look down at the bottom of your screen, you can see this is an area where they really don't have any control of yet, but they're content at this point in time to move into where the encampment is. You don't see much law enforcement presence down on the west side of the quad at all, really. At one time, we had LAPD officers in this area right here, and they backed off. So there is a lot of strategy as to how they're going to exactly move forward with this. But right now, we've seen more and more of the protesters actually just give themselves up, be taken away to that area to be processed. And we'll go back to the main encampment here, and what you can tell, it's much smaller than it was even just 15, 20 minutes ago. The strategy is to slowly move in, grab the tents, pull the tents away so they can really get an idea who and what they're dealing with, and then slowly but surely surround and make that area smaller before they have the confrontations with those that you've mentioned, John and Rachel, that really are intent on staying here and are going to get in an altercation or resist being taken into custody. But they are making a lot of progress right now, and it's been happening very quickly over the last 10 to 15 minutes. Some of these are people, I believe, that came to for the protesters to support them, but it also looks like a lot of those down there are workers, probably hired by the university, and they're trying to move some of this plywood to an area off to the left. I don't think it's being built up as an encampment, or there maybe it possibly is. It's just really hard to tell. But this area hasn't been that fortified. It's been the area to the north where the encampment was, or to the east, I should say. And so it's really hard to say, Rachel, exactly what's going on down there. We don't have much in the way of police presence, but the encampment itself is what they're focusing on. And you can tell every moment that goes by, they tear down a tent, and they slowly just move in and make this circle or this area where the protesters are smaller and smaller. But the bottom of your screen, which is actually the west side of the campus, or the quad, if you will, that's an area where they have little to no control right now. What they're doing with the plywood, maybe they're going to try and encompass that whole area so officers can't get to them. We'll just have to wait and see. But this is an area they have little to no control. You see a group of, we can barely see them, but there's probably 50 or 60 LAPD officers behind the trees there. At one point in time, they had ran up, put a skirmish line in there. One of the officers got pushed over, and they decided to retreat. So it's an extremely complicated type situation to implement in a situation like this. But to give you a wide shot, they are making a lot of progress, especially on the main encampment itself. You could tell we don't see that many tents anymore, and we see officers slowly moving in and enclosing the protesters that are left in that encampment. You guys make your choice. Not my choice. We make it with the pilots. Whatever you guys decide is fine by me. What have we decided? Everyone's leaving? Don't be the first to leave. Did everybody leave? Don't let, keep an eye on them, make sure they're not getting a shot and we're not. That's the main thing. Are they hanging there? All right, we're no longer allowed to fly in here, you guys. We have to try and get out of here. The weather's too bad.
people actually fucking fighting for what's right. Not a bunch of pieces of shit sitting around with armor. Not a bunch of pieces of shit fighting for genocide. For fucking killers.
We're fighting for dead children!
Show me one person behind me with armor. Show me one person wearing a helmet. I ain't got shit on. I'm moving around, and as you've seen a freaking person in here, they're not scared of you. They don't fucking fear you. You think they are, but they don't. They only feel what's wrong, and they fight for what's right. That's right. Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
One reason, 1 second! Peaceful protest! We are here for the children! We are here for the children! The children on the wall! Your children!
Peaceful protest!
The children!
Peaceful protest!
You know what they do in Israel after they shoot a 4-year-old in the fucking head? They run him over with a bulldozer. That way his family can recognize him. That way they don't go back there. That's one of your kids. I know some of you have 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 10-year-olds. Those are people who fucking should have had lives in Palestine. Should have fucking grew and went to school and college like your kids do. Instead, they're walking around with 4 fucking limbs. Instead, they're getting their heads crushed by fucking bulldozers. They're depressors in fucking hospitals that get bombed day and fucking night. Free Palestine! That's what we're fucking fighting for. Palestine! We're scared of God. God only. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
From the river to the sea!
From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
Keep pushing all day, all night. We'll get this out of here once. We'll come back. Second time. We'll come back. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. It doesn't matter. Intifada, Intifada. Fucking right.
Long live Palestine!
Here all day yesterday, 3 o'clock in the morning, until 7:30 at night, and I came back at 2 o'clock this morning. A lot of people.
All day, all night. We're not going nowhere. We're not fucking going nowhere.
Him with the light right there. Is that him?
I see so many lights. Oh, that big one over
There's
there.
a light moving next to the white Israel. Turning over now. You see him?
Yeah, in the middle.
Yeah, I think that might be Robert.
Long live Palestine.
Someone needs to pile on it.
Your flashbang, you know, drill it.
And the hearing aid.
I gave you my earphone.
Palestine will never die. IDF, you're all the same. It's fucking true. You're all the same. You got different titles. In the end, you're all like the same thing. Corruption, money, filthiness. Get back. Get back. Get back. Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
Your phone?
Well, what?
I thought your phone was over.
Always.
I missed a couple of calls from them myself.
Yeah, I just stopped answering. Joel, do you show that maybe?
Right now?
Yeah.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
You're so right. Yeah, you watch her look
Ugly.
at
All
the
right.
last of the protesters that are aiming to protect this encampment, but they're bringing their face and mother coming out backed up by the stairs, and there's
If I was a mother of any one of them,
400 of them
ooh,
that
child,
are
let me know.
bagged up down the stairs.
Planned Parenthood.
This is the barrier that they've created. What they've tried to do is pull any little pieces that they could from the second barrier that they had
Literally.
created to try to
Waste of life. This is a waste of life.
come in on the side.
And stupidity and ignorance and having no brain, being a zombie. Literally a slave to the government. You're not even your own person. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Y'all don't have autonomy? Y'all don't have freedom?
They don't got brains to think for themselves. Come on now.
They got somebody telling them
All the time. We're all failures in life. I really hope you know that.
And right in the middle of this encampment where I'm showing you right now, some of them came back and they started linking arms as they formed a little human chain. And I heard one of them yell, "Hold on, don't do it." So they were telling each other not to be violent, not to run away, just stay there and protect what's left of the encampment. And then another came forward on a megaphone and he started talking to the officers, saying some mean things, but he was saying that his people are dying in Palestine and this is nothing. So they're not worried about what the officers are going to do to them. And that's kind of the scary part because you don't know if these students here at UCLA or some art students here, what they're willing to sacrifice if they are willing to be detained. And we don't want to see any violence here, but we have heard that at least two have been injured. We've seen one person moving, one person crying, one hand was hurt. And right now, this, as I mentioned, this is backed up all the way to the stairs at the very back of this large encampment, now no longer existing. So it's interesting to see what they would do if law enforcement march forward. Would they just run down the stairs and disperse? Because then you're in a massive quad, and would law enforcement be okay with that? Would that mean that this encampment was closed and protested didn't like, or would they say this is still unlawful gathering? Still
With the little one? Moved in there? They moved in there?
I went in there to use the restroom and I had this dumbass professor who was like, yeah, I'm a professor in the performing arts and I'm helping them. I'm like, bro, come on.
Any questions back in the studio?
Bro, that's the funniest thing. I was fucking speeding at 150 on the 110 and they over here. Stupid.
I would say a couple hundred. At first, right here, maybe 100 were left in the encampment. And then the stairs, as I mentioned earlier, they put barriers.
Girl, but let me protest genocide. I'm the bad guy.
sort of to say like that, but I mean, I'm trying to avoid it as much as I can. We just up on a wall.
Well, we've got some, I think instruments stand, I don't know.
Hello. Oh my gosh, is that weird? I didn't even realize. Oh my gosh. I'm horrified. So that I can see.
We're thorny bushes otherwise.
Oh, it looks like I'm just like chilling.
Casual.
Oh my gosh.
Casual vibe.
Your mama should have aborted you.
I'm like up near like the bushes. Okay, bye.
risen to 100 on the stairs that are holding out. So what I want to show you right now is the law enforcement that has come to the back of the encampment in the lines. They were previously on the side, and now they've just created a line to the back of the encampment. I'll show you where we were. I was up on this a bush, so our security guard is going to walk us back out of the bush here. Listening on my phone because AirPods aren't charged anymore, but
Does she want to come down there?
Excuse me, Joe?
Does she want to go? Does she want me to come down?
She wanted to see if she can go in there, right here in the middle.
And you advise her no.
No.
Negative.
None of you can make it in the fucking military. That's why you're out here beating on fucking kids, you pussies.
You want to get in, you can get out around 35 maybe, with a decent tension. You can fucking keep your ass at home.
They didn't want to wait to go home and meet their wives, so they figured they'd beat on some kids. 40% of all cops, look it up. Last place I took a shower was at your White House, motherfuckers. You got nice soap. Let them go. Don't stop it for the day. We're asking people for where. Let them go. Yeah. And I was noticing that. And I was listening to say anything. Sorry.
Go home, beat your wife.
Okay. say disappointed. I was just like, feeling
You're
good.
better than
Yeah, well, like, and again, listening to the paper, and you look at me. You're gonna tell his emotions.
Anybody have a white Dodge Ram?
Look at you.
White Dodge Ram?
Yeah.
Anybody have a white Dodge Ram? Okay. No. White Dodge Ram?
Does anybody still do?
What?
I was just asking Aaron if he would have
Low payment?
Ooh, that's scary back then.
For me they weren't, because I knew them in Beirut. Once you work with somebody in a war zone, there is this bond that doesn't. Anyway, I think I have a bond with you.
You do.
I'm serious.
Don't grab my nuts.
No, I won't. Russell?
Hey, Ross.
That's the first time I ever met you guys.
Yeah. Gil was with us too. Are you fucking kidding me?
Let's go. And he's like, wait, I gotta get my sound in.
All three of them, when 9/11 happened, I swear to God, I ran into him in the corridors of the second floor. They look at me. Has anybody said anything nasty? No. He said, if anybody says anything nasty to you, because after 9/11, in this company, you let me know. It was brilliant, beautiful. He moved me. Then, no, nobody did. He said, I went, my father died in 2003. I went to Lebanon to have a service. Everybody was asking. The house will be full. Did you guys were hurt on 9/11? Did anybody? And all the reason, the only thing I told them is there were 6 deaths because of 9/11. 2 were Sikhs, not Muslims. 2 were Coptic Christians. And 5. And 1 was a Muslim, but the guy that killed him was white. And he killed him, and when they arrested him, he said, oh, because of 9/11. But the investigation found out that this guy was happy. I said, I go, America is from here, from Beirut, you get on a plane and you travel to London, 5 hours. That's how big America is. So, 5 deaths after this is nothing. We had a fucking civil war. We massacred each other here. Once you put it in their perspective, they go, oh, okay. But Paul Friedman told me, he said, every day I take the whatever train he takes to Westchester. What do you take? Metro-North. Because he looks dark, with a mustache. He said, I get looks. People look at me. Weird. Yeah, but he's not dark too. I said, change your name to Movement. You get wrong with it. Yeah, but Paul Friedman was a good guy. There is Rugal. they pushed him down the stairs. What do you want us to tell you? We got this woman you're saying.
It's right past season. You got a permit?
I don't know the plans. Come on, say it. Say it.
I'm not going to do it. Grab, rub, or touch. That all the same.
You know, I reached out to Tony yesterday. I reached out to Tony. Billy, you don't like the
Yes.
Oh! That's lottery.
Wait, you want me to?
I reached out to Tony. I like it a lot.
Okay.
So, I reached out to them.
He's in his 70s, early 70s.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything's been taken care of. He has issues. It's not his first time.
Well, what did you hear? What are people saying? What did you hear about that? What did people say?
He has some allergy.
None of us were there. What did you hear about what happened? Tell me what you heard.
Tell us what you heard. Let's not. Listen, we gotta go live.
That's like none of it was. Right. But once I started remember other stories I've heard over the years, like, I thought I had forgotten those stories. Were you ever his sound man? Did you ever do sound with him? I didn't have to. I just did it in the same room. But the thing is, wow, it's crazy. It wasn't on my big one card, as they say.
That's a completely different.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. That's
aside from the stuff that he's always been doing one of these stuff to get banned. You see what the big guys
He said, as long as you still getting banned, it makes sense.
No, but we always talk about this. We never like, I don't feel like it was like
Yeah.
I assume the clothing is recording. What's that? I assume the clothing is recording. I mean, playback is recording.
Oh yeah, well, I think our whole live feed is just going to roll now.
Yeah, okay, good.
I hope.
Yeah, I can see it. We're getting fixed here. Fog.
Yeah, yeah. Which sucks because that oh my gosh.
I know.
This is where the protesters are being processed. They're being detained, they're being arrested, and they're being placed on the curb and the sidewalk there. They have the zip ties on them, and they are fighting. You see that this is one by one. They're being brought from the protest area to the and they are trying to get law enforcement, trying to get their identities. They are trying to
Okay, looks like they can go where those kids are standing.
Okay, so I'm going to move over here. Okay, yeah, there's a whole lot more. Look at that line. There's a lot more protesters on that side that have like you're saying, they're going to try to move maybe over this group. You got it?
Yeah.
Careful now.
Hi, Neros. How you doing?
Chiller. Okay, so you can see.
What's going on? How you doing?
Chilling, bro. And put onto these buses and taken downtown to the jail with further processing. Probably fingerprinting and trying to figure out if any of them have prior charges, prior history, criminal histories. Most of these we believe are students. Of course, there's others that come onto campus as a visitor. We did see an older
What should I do about the protesters?
What's your name for Gaza?
Thank you very much. So as you know, late last night we got back from Michigan. We went to Wisconsin and Michigan yesterday. We had tremendous rallies, sold out rallies. They were packed and the enthusiasm's never been better. So that was a great thing. And it was nice to be able to campaign one day without being in this ridiculous show trial, Biden trial I call it. But it was quite a day yesterday and many of you were there. and I appreciate your being there. I thought the coverage was very fair. The economy, people are asking me about the economy. It's doing terribly, and interest rates are obviously not going to be able to be reduced prior to the election because inflation is roaring back. Gasoline's way up, other things are way up, and it's roaring back like they are very surprised. I'm not surprised, but they're surprised. I guess they're surprised. That's what they say anyway. So that's on the economy. It looks pretty bleak for interest rates, and I don't think there's any way they can cut them because inflation, remember, is a country buster. When you have inflation, that breaks countries. I mean, literally breaks countries, and we can't take that chance. So we'll see what they do, but it was sort of announced yesterday they can't do much with the interest rates. They'll have to remain very high, and it's very unfortunate. We had low interest rates, they have high interest rates. That's very unfortunate. When you compare my economy to this economy, not even a contest. We had the greatest economy in history, and now we have sort of a lousy economy, but the problem with the economy is the inflation. And anything you made, you more than gave back. We call it a 50% tax. It's a Biden tax. It's called an inflationary tax. And it's about 50%, and that's what it is, whether you like it or not, and it's too bad. We're down at the trial now, getting ready to spend another day in the courthouse, which is bogus trial that every leading authority on law says should never have been brought, that Alvin Bragg didn't want to bring it until the election happened, and then he brought it. You just do know that this case could have been brought 8 years ago. Could have been brought 8 years ago. Instead, they wait and wait and wait. They know it's not a good case, and now it's turned out to be they've lost they have no case. They have no case. But we have a very conflicted judge, unfortunately, and so you never know. But other than that, there's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And they wait till I announce, and then they start their action, and then they wait till prime time, Super Tuesday. It all started Super Tuesday, the biggest day, which we won every single thing. I mean, Super Tuesday was a big day for me, but that's when it all really came into being. And who starts a case right smack in the middle of somebody's elections? It should be illegal because it's election interference. So we're going to go in right now, and I will comment just quickly on the colleges and universities. It's a shame. I'm so proud of the New York's finest. They're great people too. I know so many of them. They're incredible. They did a job at Columbia, and likewise in Los Angeles, they did a really good job at UCLA. It was very much embedded. And just so you understand, this is the radical left. This is a movement from the left, not from the right. The right is not your problem, despite what law enforcement likes to say. The FBI director said that he worries about the right. No, don't worry about the right. The right's fine. Worry about the left, because this is a movement from the left. These are radical left lunatics. And they got to be stopped now, because it's going to go on, and it's going to get worse and worse. And, you know, they take over countries, okay? And we're not letting them take over the USA. We're not letting the radical left morons take over this country. You can't let that happen. And the law enforcement and the people at DOJ, instead of going after Donald Trump, they ought to look at what's happening in their own offices, because you're loaded up with radical left people that want this country to fail. And we're not going to let this country fail. Thank you very much.
What does a fair election look like to you? What does a fair election mean?
This isn't a new concept for Arabs, you know? Like, my parents come on board during this whatever. They've proved, like, right? Like, well, the Sandra massacre, they're very cool, like, it's just a true story. So it's not even about watching it. And it's really nice that they
Yeah. Here. It's good. It's good. Is it older?
Mm.
Up there? I don't know.
I can't tell.
Maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question on you. Is there any way, I saw you on the live stream. Is there any way to access like an archive of what is going on?
Just go to the website and all the videos are there from all the different things. So I would get your phone and record. You know how you can screen record? Just stand by.
search them for any belongings or whatnot before they are placed onto the buses and then brought, from what I'm told, to downtown LA to the jail. Now, we see, I mean, a couple hundred at this point, because there's this new wave of law enforcement officers one-on-one with these detainees that have been brought here in the last 2 minutes, I would say, that have been brought here. Now, I have been talking to some students that are on the other side of things, students that have not been arrested but are supporters. One of the students, she was yelling out, "Keep smiling, it's not over yet." And so she wanted to show her support to them. Yes, she was not in the encampment, she was not arrested, but she has been here from the outside looking in, supporting her fellow students and the fellow protesters there. There are other students that have been shouting out towards the protesters there, along with their chants, "Free Palestine." That has gone up and down throughout the last couple of minutes here, as more and more have been brought here. Now, it was quiet earlier when we first got here. We were on the other side where the other buses are. Again, there's probably at least 5 buses. We know there were 5 buses that were brought to the federal building not too far from here. They were on standby earlier in the morning, and then it sounded like they got the green light, and they had a plan, it seemed like. They knew exactly where to put the buses, and then they kind of knew exactly where to set everybody up in order to get all of these protesters arrested, lined up, and then processed. They have all the bags, they have all the zip ties. As you can see, the law enforcement officers, it's kind of hanging around their waist. And here we go, we have another group of law enforcement. It doesn't look like they have protesters with them. Okay, so they're kind of leaving the encampment side of things, coming towards the containment side of things, where they're being processed on this side. Again, we're also seeing
people of all ages. Yes, mostly students that are out here, but different ages. We've seen people who may be professors. We've seen people who may be much more grown adults than the students would be. We haven't been able to talk to anybody on this side of things as far as those who have been arrested and who are sitting there because we're behind the tape. But we have been able to talk to some of the students here that have not been arrested, who are just kind of here still showing their support peacefully on this side of the tape and waving to them. They don't know if their friends are on that side of the tape or not, but they say they're just supporters regardless for the cause, and they're proud of them. They say they want them to keep smiling, that their fight is not over. But it is going to be a long morning here because there are so many of them lined up, and it does take some time for them to be processed because of everything that needs to be asked of them to try to get their identities, to get their belongings, and then pat them down before they're placed onto the bus. Okay, so now we're hearing them starting the chant again, free Palestine, which what we've been hearing a lot of this morning. So that's kind of the atmosphere that we're seeing out here on this side of campus. We're not too far from the encampment area. This is the containment zone where all of them have been brought. So
no, I don't think this is going to make it till 7.
In my car, I have Aleve, Advil, and Motrin.
Oh, we might need that.
If you have a blender, that would be great.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I carry one 12-hour painkiller. I haven't taken it yet. I think I will after that.
All right. Do you want to move over or just stay here? I have to let them know because they're texting me.
What are they texting you?
They were asking us about Royce Hall. I said I'd ask
It's right
you.
here.
We can't. I know they wanted us to look at the graffiti.
It's going to be profanities. I can't do that.
No.
There was F-bombs on it the other day.
No, there's a chair right over there. Would you like me to bring that over?
Yeah, that'd be great.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Maybe for him, yeah.
No, for you.
No, I'm fine.
There's one right there.
My back doesn't hurt that bad.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you, though. Who's asking for the graffiti?
Chris.
Chris said that's too risky because there's a lot of profanity.
Okay, I'll let him know you said that.
Give me 5 minutes.
I mean, I don't know if you want to get closer. Yeah.
Yeah, he's with Lauren, so his back's probably.
Yeah. We're not going to have enough power, both my battery and my inner thing. Do I have time to go to my car?
I can tell them you're going to go. He's
yeah,
gonna run
tell them
through
we're
it.
out of batteries. They're going to push.
Pushing it back.
this tree, I think. And that's I want to stay higher.
Yeah.
What? On the other side?
50 kids in front of the buses, just protesting.
Oh, really?
So they're shooting.
Oh, so it's coming from over there. Oh.
So it's like that bus over there, it's right in front of that.
Yeah, those street turns.
Yeah, I think that they're mute.
And that's why all the cops are over there.
Well, they were taking break, but now they're like, what's going on? So now they're I think they're going to push out. They're not starting out.
So we're going to get stuck in the middle.
Well, yeah, you just be careful over there. But on that side, that's where I think. But
So
I'm okay.
I wouldn't even be able to walk that way.
Not right
I don't know about right now. 'Cause
What?
I don't know who that is.
What's that?
There's somebody.
You're taking
over
a
there.
shot?
Somebody over there doing the protest. Yeah, it is. They're trying to come over here.
You said the live picture, or we're doing a hit? Oh, picture.
Rip it and then slide back up.
Yeah, we're going to go that tree right there.
Hey, tree to tree.
Yeah.
Watch out, birds are coming this way.
How far are you going?
We're going from this tree to this tree to that tree. So.
How many people you can say that you know?
Personally, I think it's just one right now. And it's big plan. But I reckon he's one of
Did people talk about like, okay, we know we're going to get arrested. We're willing to get arrested. You know,
Yeah.
And I believe the school put something out saying, yeah, we're ready whenever you are.
Happy birthday, Noah!
You know, because of where we're stationed at this point, we haven't seen any pull away. They're kind of stationary at this point, and they're kind of all being loaded at the same time. We did see one earlier this morning that did pull away.
But as you can see, they are lined up still along this sidewalk there. They're sitting along the curb, and it's getting a little bit more lively from them. Actually, just a minute ago, we heard them sing happy birthday to one of the fellow protesters that's there. I guess it's Noah's birthday today, and he's one of several who was willing to stay here, from what I'm hearing from people, even though the university was blasting out over loudspeakers to tell them, hey, if you stick around, you will get in trouble, not just by the university, but being arrested like we're seeing now. All these people, they heard that. It was obvious from what I'm told, and they said, no, the cause is that important to us that we're willing to take that risk. We're willing to be here, even if it's your birthday. I mean, like that protester who they sung to. So that's kind of the story that I'm hearing out here from fellow students. We have some supporters of the protesters that are on the other side of the tape here. And I've been kind of chatting with some of them, and they're kind of screaming out, not screaming, they're supporting, you know, along with the chants, the Free Palestine. They're saying happy birthday to Noah. And one girl earlier was saying, you know, keep smiling, it's not over yet. You know, their fight is not over yet. So there's a lot of proud people on one side of the tape as they look over and they see familiar faces of fellow students, people that they've seen this week who have been participating in this encampment. So that's kind of like the emotion here from what I'm gathering. As far as the law enforcement side of things, it has been an organized effort here. It has been calm. Yes, they chant every once in a while. They'll yell out something, but it's been a lot more organized than I would think. When you have that many people that they're trying to get organized onto these buses and detained, they have the zip ties around their backs. They're walking them one by one from the encampment zone to the sidewalk here for that processing to take place. We're watching as they are getting their information, trying to find out their identities, as they're patting them down and then taking their belongings, putting them in bags, and then being placed onto the buses. So we haven't really been able to gauge how many buses are going to be full by the end of this. We do know there were 5 buses that were on standby from the Sheriff's Department that were brought here, and we are told that they're going to be brought to the jail downtown for further processing, probably some fingerprinting that will happen. If any of these protesters have prior maybe criminal records, that could be a thing. But, oh, here we go. Some more being brought this way now, and you can see them. They're cheering for these fellow protesters and fellow detainees that are being walked now in this direction. Maybe those buses down there are now full, and so they're going to bring them here. Another thing that we've noticed in what we've heard is that there's a group on another side of campus by one of those first buses. I'm told that there was a group that gathered there to kind of, a group of protesters kind of gathering to cheer the detainees on. And then we started hearing flashbangs from that area. So, of course, I wasn't able to see it. That's what I heard from some people, and you know, because there's not just the people who are arrested, there's those that are still supporting those that have been protesting through this. So that's what we're seeing on this side of campus. Again, there's a lot of emotion. There's still smiles because of their effort, because of what they have shown the country, from what they have shown their community. And it's a diverse group of people. Yes, a lot of them are college students, but I was able to talk to some who come from different countries. Their families are maybe from Lebanon or Iran, who have heard through their families, through their generations, stories, and therefore they're not surprised that they're here on this campus at this moment, chanting these things and being willing to even be arrested and maybe suffer consequences from their university. To them, it's worth the fight, they say. They say all of this, at the end of the day, is worth it. So that is what I'm gathering from a lot of these protesters, those who have been supporting, at least, the detainees that are behind us. So John and Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
It's not over.
Was that pretty accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you for talking, because that gives me information to say. You know, I can't talk to them.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I
So
know.
it's helpful to, you know, chat with people who are kind of standing by.
I respect you covering this and you did well.
Yes, thank you. It's intense. You know, these kind of things are very intense.
Especially so early in the morning. Yeah, how you doing? Got coffee in you? Or
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But it's. I'm glad though I wasn't on that side, because from what I saw, it was really intense. You know, we've been on this side the whole morning, where it has been fun. You know. But I'm glad there hasn't been anything major, right? Because you never know. All it takes is one person to blow it up.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
The people united will never be defeated.
You see the text?
Yeah.
On to 8?
Yeah.
I said, at some point we need a bathroom break. Sure.
Well,
what time Yeah, so they were all from the city of Texas and then taken one by one, and then they were all all on this side. These folks have been sitting here for a while. It does take a while to just do them one by one. Yeah, so they're patting them down, they're asking them questions and getting their belongings and then putting them on. So I saw one bus load up and take off, but it's taking a while for these to get loaded up. So I don't know if they're going to try to speed up the process or what. Yeah. Well, because of the fog. That's why. Yeah.
That's what happens.
I know. But, all right. Thank you very much.
You guys.
How much longer are you guys supposed to be stationed out here? 8 o'clock?
So we've been on since 3:30 in the morning. And straight on here from 8 o'clock.
That sounds intense.
When the Black Lives Matter protest was happening, we were on here. It wasn't overnight. Those protests were happening.
Right.
but we were on hour after hour. And that one, it was, you know, just multiple locations. Right. And so we, like, when I went to, geez, at least 5. And those kept moving. Like, this is like right here. Yeah. You know? Those kept moving, and they're kind of unpredictable. And it's hard as a crew, you know, to walk alongside, and you know, you think they're all gathering here, and then they all get up and move, and they're like, oh, you know. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. It was intense.
Well, this is another intense time for sure. This is a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen.
I was being arrested.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
What protest were you at? New York. So are you from New York? Okay. So did you come out here for this?
No,
Oh, you just did.
Yeah, this would be like one of those fun drives, you know?
So you didn't have fun in New York?
So first night that I got beaten, there was a lot of like people breaking windows and shit, and cops were really afraid because there was cops on the night. So they were acting pretty rapid. I don't remember that.
I just thought this was going to be the only one.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
Stand by. I think I'm going on again.
Tell them that we're going to be back either today or
Can I
tomorrow.
interview you? No? Okay, but people plan to be back.
We will be back.
Oh. Is that coming from organizers or?
Yeah,
oh, you are? Oh. Can I get your contact information? Oh, you were?
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
If you want to, like, I'll shoot you my number, and then if you want to keep me posted on anything. What's that? No, I was talking to somebody. No. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of unclear what's going on because we're seeing people going one way, going the other way. We're now seeing some CHP, law enforcement vehicles, with sheriff's department coming through. At this point, it's not as maybe obvious as to what's going on. I do know that there has been this set of protesters that have been lined up here along the curb for the last maybe 30 minutes or more at this point. And they're waiting for processing. So you see them, they've got the zip ties holding their hands behind their backs. They've got those paper bags. We saw plastic bags earlier, but it looks like they're using paper bags at this point with their belongings. And then they're just waiting there for their turn to be processed and then put onto these buses. You can see right here, there's maybe, 40 or so protesters that are here. We know there are 5 buses that were brought to this area at least, because that's what we saw in the staging area at the federal building earlier.
It's been calm. That is the story. It's been calm. Every once in a while, you'll hear the protesters chant "Free Palestine," and you'll hear some supporters on this side of the police line that are, cheering in support as well. But it has been calm on this side of things. Of course, there's the action. A few people still on the encampment side of things. But one thing I just learned, I just did talk to an organizer with this group, and he tells me that they'll be back tomorrow. Despite the arrests that have happened, and I mean, it's safe to say a couple hundred protesters have been arrested and are being taken away. We don't know where they're going to be. They'll be taken downtown to the jail. We don't know if they'll be released from the jail there, if they're going to be able to go home. Probably. I'm told everyone's welcome to come back from organizers, that this is not over. Their fight is not over. What they were trying to say to the world by doing this encampment, by doing this protest, it's not over. Just because they're being kicked out today, just because there's all of this action happening now and these arrests and the tents being taken down, doesn't mean that they're not going to come back. Now, on the flip side, we don't know what the campus has planned. We don't know what law enforcement has planned as far as what they might try to do to prevent this. But that's just kind of what I'm hearing right now for what could be coming after this is all said and done with today. We don't know how long this scene will be here. Of course, it's taken a while for these protesters to be processed. There are several of them that have been brought in. Right now, it looks like the trickling of those arrested being brought here to this point has really slowed down. I've been talking to people here on this side of the tape. I can't go talk to the people who are arrested, but I've been hearing different things. Many students that are here, students and supporters, they're saying, hey, keep smiling, keep going. We're proud of you. That's kind of the thought on this side of the tape from those people. I did also talk to a graduate, an alumni who from the 80s. He said back in the 80s they were protesting here on campus as well, the apartheid movement. So that was something that he remembers. It was a traditional protest with signs and marching and chanting. But he lives nearby. He is an alumnus. He told me that he believes that this group of students have lost sight of what they're really fighting for. He believes that they are kind of lost, and it's been the attention is drawn on them and not what they're fighting for. That's what he was trying to explain to me. But the students who were nearby, they were shaking their heads. They were saying, no, we know what we're here for, and we are going to continue to fight. So still hearing kind of opposing views that are here. Of course, most of the students and the young people that are here are the pro-Palestinian movement. We haven't seen any pro-Israel people that have returned to campus, at least so far, or at least from where we're standing. So that's kind of the situation here on this side of campus, where the detainees are, where the arrests are kind of being processed and then taken from the buses to downtown to the jail. So John and Rachel, hopefully we learn more from the situation out here, but it is... Oh man. Yeah. So who are the liaisons? Are they like stellar students? Oh, okay. So to see what's happening, that's why you're not on camera.
first thing we usually They actually hanged out with the protesters. The people who were supposed to be literally.
But now, nothing. Okay, so it's not just pro-Israeli.
No, and the violent ones are mostly.
Yeah, we're ready. Which is unfortunately always. Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you on camera?
90 seconds?
Well, it's a bit of both, you know, because it used to be.
Okay.
I'm used to do
Fill up, but they are one by one taking the people who have been arrested and patting them down, asking for their information, taking their belongings, putting them in bags, and then putting them onto the buses. So it's probably going to be at least another hour before we start to see some of these buses start to take off. And we're told they're being taken to downtown to the jail, and that is where further processing will happen. Now, we are also hearing that this group plans to be back tomorrow or even tonight. That's kind of, you know, what I'm hearing from an organizer that I spoke to, that it's not over yet. Just because that these people are being arrested and taken away from campus doesn't mean they'll be not be coming back to finish what they started. So keeping it calm, keeping it peaceful, they say, and those that have been violent, they say, are not students. They have come from off campus. John, Rachel?
I love you, Ray. Nanya, we love you.
How many people would you say are in the organizing group?
I would say it's split between undergrads and graduates. I would say there's probably up to 4 organizers. 15, 25, but it's very, very
course in general? Okay. I got you. What's the plan? Okay.
Johnny, I don't know if you're interested, but yeah, all the cops in there are taking a break.
Oh.
You know, just something else to show if you want.
Yeah. Okay. There's no more buses down that way, huh?
I can't see any more buses, no.
Okay. So maybe 3 buses are gone already.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Okay.
But yeah, as I'm saying, you know, the policing perspective, yeah, private security, I think that this come and say, oh, you guys are so baggage. You don't need us. It's like, good, that is what we do.
Okay.
Glad you're on this side of the table.
Yeah, I know. I'm very, very, very thankful to be here right now.
I mean, this is a long process.
Yeah.
And if you have to go pee,
right? Yeah, or if you're